Hey guys, Neil. While we wait, anyone who's in the stream, let me turn the music off. You guys interested in screwing around until the live stream starts? I have something interesting we could try. I built a ChatGPT large language model for the full ASL rulebook. If you guys want to post, let me switch camera views. Hold on, give me a sec. Post a question for the ASL rulebook, and I'll ask the large language model, and we'll see what it returns while we are just waiting here doing nothing. Give me a sec to switch here. Switch monitors. There it is. All right, guys should be able to hear me, I hope, and see the monitor. Oh, geez, can see most of it. Hold on. Okay. So if anyone feels like messing around with Chat GPT ASL, post the question in the chat and I'll paste it into the window and we'll see what how AI interprets ASL. Nobody has an ASL question. We have 10 people lurking. See if we can break it. All right, I'll start. I'll ask it a question. Something that came up in one of the other scenarios on can you put can you put an artillery gun in a building? Pretty simple. Yes, an artillery gun can be placed in a building hex under certain conditions, but with notable restrictions. According to C11.2, I don't know if that's accurate. C11.2, I don't have the rulebook open. Non-vehicular guns cannot set up in a building, rubble, woods, orchard hex unless they are a size small enough to be manhandled in such terrain. Small. No, see, it's interpreting small as a caliber size, not as a manhandling number size. Medium or large pieces, 105, 122. Yeah, it's on the right track, but it's not interpreting it correctly. Typically cannot be set up in buildings unless an SSR. Additionally, if the gun is considered emplaced, Usually must be set up open ground trenches or certain concealment. Summary, no, you generally may not set up an artillery gun in a building unless it's physically allowed, or the gun is small enough. It's on the right track again. Not caliber based, but manhandling size. Okay, Woody has a question. So obviously the ASO rule set is extremely complex, and I have the entire rule book broken down by chapter fed into this large language model. And sometimes it's pretty good. Sometimes it gets the idea, but not the specifics. Sometimes it's way off in left field. So let's see what Woody says here. What are the gyro modifier for an HE shot into a bamboo? Let's see if I can copy this. Should I make this bigger? Can I make it bigger for you guys? HE into bamboo, target base 2 hit, gyro modifier, and terrain effects modifier. Let's see. +1 due to bamboo being a hindrance. You asked HE shot into a bamboo, so that would not apply. Concealment, +1 Tim, bamboo. Bo says always verify. Oh yeah, I it's more of an exercise in fun and just screwing around because I would not. It's not ready for prime time. ChatGPT is really good at some things. I have it write code for me sometimes, and it usually gets it right the first time or with some tweaks. But for things like this, it it wiggles its way through the rule book and gets on the right track. But it's hard to get it to nail down unless it's very simple, like how many movement factors does a multi-man counter have or a squad have. It'll usually get that right. Yeah, four movement factors. See, now it goes off exceptions. Elite squads and most normal infantry have four. It, elite has nothing to do with it. Conscript squads often have only three. Certain nationalities or special types, ski troops, etc. Mounted cavalry or bicycle have different. If encumbered, carrying heavy weapon, movement factor can be reduced. Doesn't AI use up a lot of water? I think what you're asking relates to power usage and cooling of data centers. Now, if the power is hydroelectric, you're not really using water. You're just turning the potential energy of water, dropping a height distance into energy. So you're not using water. If you're talking a data center, most data centers are on closed loop. In other words, they're not pumping water from somewhere and it's evaporating into the air. It's usually in a closed loop system, so it has a water system that's filtered, runs through the data center and cools, and it goes out to a cooling tower or what have you. So in general, I would say no, it does not use up a lot of water. Any other random questions for the GPT? So movement factor one, the bamboo one. Who asked that? That was Woody. What did you think of that answer, Woody? Kind of all over the place, I think. The movement factor one, it mostly got right, but it added some stuff that isn't really necessary, like elite squads having four. Yeah, I didn't say anything about airburst in there. Oh, okay, right at the end. Also airburst A9 is A9.5 correct? Is that even the right section? Oh, where's my rule book? Can handle basic point value from chapter H and also the support weapon and leader distribution. Well, I think ooh, did I cheat? Did I feed it chapter H? I'm not sure. Do you want to ask it something, Clara? Like, what's the basic point value of a German first line? I don't know the answer to this either, by the way. I have to look it up. T34, okay. Basic point value of a German first line is 10 point. 467 is 10 points. Is that right? I don't know. About a Russian T34, depending on the model. Okay. It gives ranges 18 to, I don't, basic point values are usually a fixed value. Victory condition or victory point values are variable depending on armor they have and whether the main armament's working or not. I don't know. Does anyone have their rulebook open? Chapter H. Guess I could fish mine out. But I do not remember if I fed Chapter H into this. Oop, wrong one. Wrong rulebook. T34. T3476. T34 M40 M41 is it? Must be one of those. 50. It's in the 50s, so no, it's not really close. Yeah, it said the T34 is in the 20s and 30s. So no, it's just guessing. Yeah, yeah, Clara. Sorry, I saw your chat 50, around 50. Would he explain the difference? Sure. Let's see. It'll probably blow up doing this one. Explain the difference between specific and collateral. Like specific and general collateral. Collateral attack versus passenger rider crew. General occurs when the vehicle is not the target of the attack. Specific occurs when the vehicle is declared the target. It seems like it did pretty decent on this one. Oh, it even did a little table for us. Anyone else that joined the chat, we're just screwing around with. I fed the entire ASL manual into ChatGPT, large language model, a while ago. It's a private GPT. It's not safe. It's not shared with anyone, so I'm not violating any copyright rules. It's just what I mess around with, and we're just playing with it while we wait for whenever this next match is going to start. and then I'll switch over to that, or until we get bored of this, and I'll switch to the boring music stream with the stream starting logo on it. So if you want to ask AI anything about ASL, we've been testing it to see how it does. So if you have anything, post it in the chat. Woody Airburst is B1330. What did it say up here? A 9.5. Yeah. Sometimes it'll just make up rule sections. Stu says, since the players can't hear, why not have some form of viewer involvement? Are you referring to the tournament streams or what we're doing here? We're just screwing around, Stu, because we're bored waiting. Yeah, tournament. Yeah, yeah. I think that in the future, whenever they're going to do the next one like this, whether it's at the next World Boardgaming Championship or Curt mentioned them not doing it there, but doing it at Winter Offensive, which is kind of a better idea in my opinion because they have more control over the venue and they can pick a venue that would have decent internet, right? So we could actually see uh, what they're talking about on the screen instead of relying on, I don't know where WBC is being held, but internet's pretty spotty there, whatever they're using. But yeah, they're talking about having the players not maybe not mic'd up, but having a mic boom, over the play area so it catches their voices. And if you set the volume trigger good enough, it won't the background noise won't come in. It'll just pick up their voices if you set it up right. And then you can hear them go back and forth. And then when they want to cut in with commentary, they could just hit a hotkey. You could buy one of those audio and visual uh, keypads, so you can cut audio in or switch video scenes and do all kinds of fancy stuff. Any more questions for ChatGPT, or just comments about the tournament streams? What maybe you'd like to see added or improved or whatever? Stu, are you working or hardly working, or are you home? It's Friday. You might be home already. No, Curt. As far as I understand, their setup is they're Curt and Brian and other people, I guess, are in another room, so they're not at the table watching them. Probably because they don't want to pollute the game. Because sometimes Brian will talk about, oh, so and so has a hip unit in K3 or whatever. So he doesn't want to corrupt the game with data. So they're in another room. But the problem with that is that means they're watching some kind of stream. Uh, I don't know if they're watching our same stream. Hopefully not. Hopefully it's a little bit better because if they're trying to watch our stream and they're looking at it and they're trying to interpret what's going on, it's next to impossible because I can't tell what the hell's going on. Because sometimes Curt will say that he's going to go down to the table. So he sounds like he's in a different room. And they're watching either the same stream or a different monitor. Stu, you like asking questions? Ask this Chat GPT something about ASL. Doesn't even have to be a rule. You could just ask it what it thinks about something. What's your opinion on so and so? Maybe we have AI as a topic on our random selection show wheel. Maybe it'll come up one of these times, and we can play with it more there. Ask it all kinds of stupid shit. Well, it's approaching 2:30. I still don't see any real activity on the Discord stream. In fact, the room is pretty empty. There's only four of us there. I think one of them is Nick, the guy that's been helping them with the streaming. Anyone have any Star Leader questions that I can answer without spoiling? Woody, suggestion for the dice game: put a frame of tape around the dice tower when it's lined up so that if it gets bumped, yeah, easy to realign. Yeah, then you don't have to. As I remember earlier, it got bumped, and someone was saying a little bit more, because they were kind of adjusting it by looking at the screen instead of just putting it back in the square, like you say. Well, I think I would rather see. I think their overlay takes up too much real estate. So they have on the left, they have the dice cup, the player names, and then the scenario kind of just a little summary, number of turns it is, and sand numbers, that kind of thing. That could all be overlaid over the map, over the playing area. So you could use a chroma key to have the dice rolls kind of roll onto the map up in the corner without it taking up a whole column. The names of the players you could just superimpose transparent over the map. Excuse me, over the map. And the scenario info, you talk about it at the beginning and just leave it off. That way you could expand the entire map to the full, 16:9 of most people's monitors, get more map real estate. Now, if it's still really blurry like we've seen it, I guess that doesn't help much. But if we have in the future, a really crisp, clean image of the map, I would propose that they expand it to the full 16:9 and just overlay some of the info on top of it. No, no star leader questions. In a quiet group here, trying to keep you from falling asleep because I am nearly there. Clara, do I think the bypass will affect much as far as balance or playtesting that's been done ahead of time? In other words, will we have to tweak a bunch of scenarios because we're adding bypass to Star Leader? I it might affect it might change some of the scenarios slightly, but what I like about us proposing adding infantry bypass to uh, Star Leader is, when I switch playing between full ASL and starter kit, every time I go back to starter kit, the one thing I wish starter kit had, and I want to use it every time I play starter kit, is infantry bypass because it makes the battlefield and the map more dynamic. It gives the players more options on how to attack and or defend, but primarily to attack. You know, how they move their units through across the battlefield. And that can affect balance, but I don't think it'll be a huge change to some of the scenarios because there's 3 maps in Star Leader, and one of the things you proposed, which I liked, was not being able to bypass a woods or building if there's a lagoon adjacent to it, right? Which makes sense. Maybe the beach is all soggy and it's hard to do, so you can't do it. But there's not a lot of woods from what I remember looking at the 3 maps. So I don't think it'll have a huge impact on what's been the scenarios as they are now, the 12 scenarios. But I think it will open up the game to be more dynamic and give the players more options to play. So I was a huge proponent of that. Woody agreed about the overlay. It's too big, so the playing area is too small. Yeah, yeah. And some of the maps, yeah. So the viewport for the map is essentially square. Most ASL games are, even when you play on a half geoboard, that half geoboard isn't square. It's still a rectangle. So yeah, they're kind of constraining their view a little bit with the overlay that they're using. Clara, I definitely wanted the lagoon to make the bypass 2 movement factor still, but you can't have everything. Oh, so instead of not being able to bypass a lagoon, woods, like a woods lagoon hex side, you're saying make it cost double? Well, no one would use bypass then because they would just go through the woods and not take the risk of getting, shot at in a vertex. If I'm interpreting what you said correctly. Yeah, there's probably like I think there's about a 6 second delay. Yeah, that's pretty normal. I think I probably can't do it now because I'm live already, but I think I can set like a low latency mode. It's right now it's just running in normal mode. Board 2 has many small islands with wood, so I guess that will be the most affected one. Yeah, yeah. And remind me, is board 2, is that scenario 1 is on board 2, I think. Maybe not. Yeah, yep. So anyone who's joined here in the past, I don't know, 10 minutes, 5, 10 minutes, we've been chatting a little bit about Star Leader. Clara's on the playtest as well and in the playtest group, so we've been kind of chatting back and forth. But if you have any questions about Star Leader, we can try to answer them without, giving away too much info. Or just general comments about the WBC tournament gameplay. I'm amazed. Stu, are you still on? I don't know if you're still on. We chatted about this in one of our talk shows a week or 3 ago about slow play, and I consider myself to be a really slow player. And I watch these guys, and I mean I know these guys are really good and they play a lot, and just watching the pace of their play and the coordination of them manipulating the counters and basically doing counter work for the other player, like placing counters for if they've taken a shot or if they've broken, and they'll throw a DM on there, and just the kind of the coordination is very interesting to me. Stu, where are the hot female players? Well, you're in the wrong hobby, bro. That's all I can say. It's all dudes all the way down. Well, not all dudes. The vast majority of them are dudes. There's no denying that. Coordination speeds up play. Doesn't really happen in vasl. 3 to 5 minute delay. Okay, somebody type something for me to read it, and then I'll read it, and we'll see how long it takes for you to hear it. Because typing should be instantaneous when you type something. I read it. Well, obviously you heard it because 8 seconds. Yeah, 50. It's may depend on where you are in your internet and that kind of thing. But when I'm streaming, so I can see the activity in Discord when it happens, and then I can see how long it takes for me to capture in Discord and go out to YouTube, and it's about 6 seconds for me on my end. So it shouldn't be 3 to 5 minutes, Woody. You must be maybe you're on the moon or something with Dixie cups and string. Yeah, it's 6 to 8 seconds. I'd say was normal delay. The way I have it set up now, unless I go into really low latency mode. Which for something like this, I wasn't planning on doing this. For something like this, that would make more sense where you're directly interacting with people in chat. You would want to be in low latency, but just streaming, concurrently streaming something off of Discord, and I'm not talking to anybody, it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, Stu's rocking a 486 with a math coprocessor. Sweet. Stu, you gonna enter the next WBC? Maybe Clara. Woody, yeah. Not me. Nope. I get my ass handed to me. Oh, Jack. Okay. Jack. Let me paste that in there. Heat of battle surrender apply when no quarter is invoked. Is invoked. Normally, a unit that rolls a 12 on heat of battle surrenders to adjacent units instead of routing. No quarter. No quarter. Surrender is not accepted. Instead, become prisoners. Yeah, it didn't go into too much detail. It's on the right track. If you want lots of details, then you have to like start. Well, 20.3, I think, is the prisoner section. These sections may be mostly right. A lot of times it gets the sections wrong. It just kind of makes things up. Am I going to GMT weekend? No. A lot of the wargaming stuff is on the East Coast, and I live in Seattle. Southern Alaska, as they call it. For me to get to the East Coast, it's like an all-day thing if I fly, and then I have to pay for flying, obviously. If I drive, it takes like 5 days, 3 to 5 days, depending on my constitution. Oh, it's in California? I thought GMT was somewhere in the Northeast. No? In California? Oh, Stu's in California. You gonna go to the GMT weekend, Stu? Oh, 60 bucks. What do you get for 60 bucks? Do you get anything? 300 on games. You got off cheap then. Oh, you get some free food. Or not, sorry, not free. You get some food. Yeah, I don't have many GMT games. I have most of the Combat Commander stuff, and I think I have Twilight Struggle. Maybe one other thing I can't think of. Not I've looked at uh buying the what's it called? Is it Panzer? It's the tactical armor combat game. I've looked at checking that out, and I think I saw somebody on the Facebook Consim war game selling group that sold an entire collection of, I don't know, it was like 8 modules. Unless I'm thinking of a different Panzer. He sold it for like 180 bucks. They were like all brand new. Of course, that probably sold in 10 seconds, so I didn't get a chance to get it. Yeah, keep an eye on the Consim group in Facebook. Unless you're monitoring it and you're there refreshing it, the good stuff is gone instantly. Egret says you can play anything you want. Uh, you play at ASL at the GMT day. Did they give you the side eye? Clara says ASL is my first and only war game yet. Do you recommend anyone? Are you playing starter kit or full ASL, Clara, or both? Both. Well, I know Stu, you also play Combat Commander, or you know, on and off now and then. But I really like Combat Commander. I mean, there's a whole bunch of tactical systems out there. There's Lock and Load, which I think Stu also has played. Old school tactical, Band of Brother. I don't know. You could go on and on and on. And Combat Commander. Combat Commander is the one I latched onto when when I wasn't in back to my full ASL mode because it's so easy to pick up and it plays really quickly and it gives you that tactical fix and it's a blast. It's a blast in a different way. ASL is feels kind of serious sometimes. You have to invest in it to get good and it kind of plays serious, right? Where your actions can either screw you or give you victory. Combat Commander is just uh, it's just chaos, right? It's just fun because you can go in with the best tactical intent of trying to win or lose or win defending or attacking, but there's no dice. It's all card draw, and the die rolls are on the bottom of the card, bottom or top of the card. So the deck is built. I forget how many cards there are on the deck, but the deck is built so that there is a perfect 2d6 distribution in X number of cards, however big each nationality deck is. So the more times you play through the deck, the more the die rolls are completely averaged. But there's actions on these cards like I'm trying to remember what you can do, like move, right? A move card, that allow you to do certain things. So if you get a bad hand or a really good hand, just crazy things can happen. but you typically don't get screwed by the dice. It's more the luck of the draw of the actions of the nationality deck you're drawing from. But it's really fun. And I take it much less seriously than ASL because ASL feels, even though I treat it as a game, it feels like a serious game to me. Combat Commander is just like whatever. It's just chaos and YOLO. You just do stuff and have fun. That's the way I feel about it. Yeah, Last 100 Yards is another tactical game. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them, and they're all. The reason I play ASL is there are a lot of really good tactical systems, but ASL has the biggest player base, the biggest community. You can find face-to-face players much more easily than all these other games. You can find vasl players pretty much anytime you want. It's just so much easier to get a game and get help and have a huge variety of different theaters and actions that you can play compared to these other games. Even though I think a lot of them are fine games, it's just the size and volume of the community and the system is much more attractive to me than these other games. Even though I've fiddled with some of them and some of them are really good, it's hard to find anyone to with play games with. Yeah, Stu, Combat Commander. Yeah, it's just fun. It's kind of a blast. I remember playing one scenario, oh, 8 years ago or something, and I was sure that I was going to lose. I mean, it was all but over, and some weird random combination of deck draws, I somehow pulled out a victory. It was the craziest game I've ever played. How many Comic Commander guys out there? Maybe just not as centralized. I think there's a lot out there. They just may not be as organized as ASL. You know what I mean? As far as the community goes. Captain Frogbot. Hey, just wondering, I'm new here. Have you always had been a tactical kind of guy? Have you tried miniature war games in the past, for example? Yeah, I've always been a tactical guy. My buddy, Scott, that I play a lot with, and we've known each other since junior high. He likes all kinds of stuff. He likes, operational level, tactical level, and I've tried them all. And I just the anything above like battalion level, I start my eyes start glazing over when I see a counter that represents, 1,000 guys or what have you, and or a hex is, 5 miles across. I start the more abstract it becomes, the less interested I am because I grew up. I'm a narrative guy. I grew up reading tons of books, tons of science fiction books, watching tons of movies. I like stories drive the way I like to be entertained. And tactical level gives me, it's talked about a lot. Tactical level gives me that narrative that I crave, where larger scale games don't give me any of that narrative, and I just kind of lose interest in it. That being said, I have played some. I played BCS for a while with Scott, and it was kind of fun, but it just didn't really hold my interest. It's great. It's a great game for playing by email because you can just trade log files by the way unit activation takes place. Great for just playing on the side and exchanging vasl logs, log files. But when I play computer games, some of my favorite computer games are tactical level stuff like XCOM and the Fallout tactical stuff, where you're controlling individual guys or squads, going across the battlefield. Yeah, I love tactical. Always been a tactical guy. I was actually supposed to get Conflict of Heroes, but my mom got me SK1 for Christmas. Best mistake of my life. Yeah, conflict. I have Conflict of Heroes. I have the first one, Awakening the Bear. It works on. I'm trying to remember. Action points, I believe, system, and Beautiful production. The counters are really big counters. They're all laser cut. The counters are beautiful looking. They're doing a close combat tournament at Pacificon in Santa Clara Labor Day weekend. Just checked the ASL players map. There are lots of guys in the Seattle area. Does Seattle have an ASL club? Yeah, they have an ASL club up in Bellevue, I think. And there's some tournaments over here. I haven't made it to one yet. I think there's a tournament at Game On in Bellevue once a year, and then there's one in Olympia, I think, or they used to have a tournament in Olympia once a year. Yeah, I love XCOM. I'm anxiously waiting XCOM 3, but I haven't heard a peep about it. I hope it gets made. What would you recommend someone getting into ASL? What do you mean? Not sure what you mean there, Captain Frogbot. Like how to get into it or what to buy? Well, for one thing, save your money. If you get into it, it's going to cost you a lot. I mean, there are more expensive hobbies, but wargaming is becoming kind of expensive. It's kind of ridiculous. Well, if you're just asking, okay, here we go. Sorry, yeah, just kind of what to buy first, I guess. Okay, what to buy first, and people in chat, if you want to chime in for give advice, feel free. Um, so you have to ask yourself what your budget is. If you have no budget, if you're not worried about budget and you like a challenge, you could just start with ASL. If you are on a budget and you're not sure about the system, start with Starter Kit 1. If you want to go the full ASL route, buy the rulebook and the Beyond Valor. That's what you need to start. Now, the problem is neither of those are in stock, which is a bone of a contention I have with MMP, and a lot of people have. Yeah, you cannot, what Jack said, you cannot even buy, you'd have to buy the PDF version off of Wargame Vault. I think Beyond Valor is in print, but you can't buy the rule book, at least the print copy version of it. You can't buy Starter Kit 1 because neither of them they haven't caught up with print or caught up with demand. Their print process is far behind their demand, which I don't understand. But that's where I would start. Full ASL, you got to start with Rulebook and Beyond Valor. If you want to ease into it, just pick up Starter Kit 1. I think it's 35 bucks, assuming you're not buying a second hand. You might be able to get lucky and find someone who sells it to you for normal price instead of gouging you. That can happen sometimes. Yeah, Stu has a point. If you don't like reading and studying, ASL isn't the game. Well, full ASL isn't the game. The rulebook for Starter Kit is pretty reasonable, especially the infantry. I think it's roughly 10 pages just for the infantry part of it, which is SK1. Yeah, SK1, 35 bucks, 10 pages rules. You get four four maps and 8 scenarios, something like that, and a couple sheets of counters. It's pretty good deal as far as expense goes, and it gets you into the system. Now, finding it is the tough part. which I don't understand. Stu, what do you think about MMP always being out of print with their flagship war game? It's crazy. I know Stu has opinions on it. He probably wishes he was on voice. Yeah, Frogbot, if you look at, you're in this awaiting live stream now, but yeah, if you go to the main page of the channel, there's tons of videos on how to get started. A lot of the stuff I just talked about is in boot camp uh, 0 or 1 on how to get started. It's in one of those videos, but it's longer than in more detail than we just talked about. And Stu has a lot of really good. Stu is advanced squad leader strategy. He has a channel. He has a lot of good videos on learning to play as well and how to analyze scenarios and your orders of battle, like and tactics, that kind of thing. I think I think a lot of people are under the assumption that because I do a lot of ASL stuff, lots of videos, and our weekly talk show goofy dumbass podcast talk show, that I am like an excellent player. I'm like one of the like I should be at this tournament or something, and that's the furthest thing from the truth. From the truth, I am just a player who enjoys the game, and the point of the website I have and this channel is to try to bring ASL to the masses, to the regular player, because most of us are just regular players. We're not like the people we see in these live streams that are playing super fast and doing the crazy tactics. We're all mortals just trying to have fun, and that's the whole reason the channel exists and the web page exists that I created. Neil, maybe we could play a game of Star Leader once the vasl module comes out for wider use with playtesters. Excuse me. Maybe. I I sent an email to the MMP, the three of them, asking, because I would like to do that to promote Star Leader and give people a preview of what it might look like, because it might change between now and whenever it gets released, right? And I asked, okay, what can I show? Can I show everything? Can I just start doing videos about it and AARs? And they said they were very vague about it. They basically said, don't show anything that could be used by somebody else to make something similar. Now that doesn't narrow it down enough for me, so I'm not sure what, aside from showing the rule book and showing everything, I'm not sure what I can talk. I don't know if we should be doing. Or are you just talking about just playing a game? Sorry, I'm looking forward, like, yeah, doing a game, video, AAR, that kind of thing. That's probably not yet, but playing a game, sure. Clara, do you have the vasl module yet? Has he sent that out to you? Stu says MVP stock varies because they use Perry's spare bedroom as a warehouse. Sometimes they rents it out a month at a time to transients, and therefore has to move all the shit to his to mini storage. Yeah, I've heard that it has something to do, and I don't know if this is true, that it has something to do with, let's see, they're located in Maryland, right? It has something to do with tax on inventory. So they keep low to minimal inventory so they don't have to pay some kind of tax on it. I don't know how it works. I don't know if that's true. I've heard that mentioned before, but yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure what the delay is on sending the Star Leader Vassal extension out to the other playtesters because I've found a few things in it, but it's playable enough to playtest. Stu and I have playtested on Vassal, and it as far functionality to playtest is fine at this point. I see still no what time is it? It is almost 3 o'clock. I see no activity for the next whoever's. I'm not even sure who's playing next. Curt posted in Discord. McGrath has the Germans with balance versus Pleva. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing that right. Sidhu Germans and Duensky straight up. So I'm not sure which of those games is going to be the feature game. Peter says, "Hey Neil, that's correct. At the end of a company's fiscal year, they have to do inventory in Maryland. Inventory on hand is considered to be an asset and is taxed. That's rough. I don't know. I don't know how governments work and taxes work, but taxing something that's just sitting on a shelf before it's sold. I understand taxing it when it's sold, but just sitting there, I don't get it. But I'm not a government weenie, so what do I know? Anyone who's joined recently, we're just burning time here. I wish they would start so I could hit the stream button because I have stuff I need to go do. We're taking a trip and I need to finish changing the oil in my truck. Peter says, yeah, it's rough. Same here in Canada. My store, uh, Tedenek Games, I probably screwed that up, has to pay tax on inventory at the end of my fiscal year, which is why I have a sale the last 30 days of the fiscal year to clear stuff out. Yeah. Maryland is small enough. Relocate headquarters to Delaware and pay no taxes. Yeah, isn't Delaware like a huge corporate haven or something for like people? Companies put their corporate headquarters there for tax bullshit. I'm not sure. Chat needs to pressure Stu into doing another video. We're waiting, Stu. I keep trying to push him. Do a video, poke, poke, but he doesn't listen to me. Stu, come on, man. Any other questions or comments or anything you want to bullshit about? Or questions for the Chat GPT, ASL Chat GPT? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he had an OnlyFans page, Stu. It would not surprise me. Got your counter clipping porn on there. Is that what you got? Only routes. His route better page. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, Captain Frogbot, about. You just got to look. If you want it now, you got to look secondhand, I guess, and hope for the best. Hope someone will cut you a deal, or wait. I don't. I mean, you're in the UK, which means maybe a month after MMP gets it back in stock, maybe somebody like Second Chance Game, aren't they somewhere in the UK? Might get it. So yeah. Now the other thing you could do is, if you're looking at SK anyway, is the SK rulebook is free on MMP's website, and if you find an opponent who has the system, you can play any scenario on vasl online. That's another option if you want to dip your toe into the system. Or at least just look at the rulebook. The rulebook's free in their download section. The full ASL rulebook is not free. Nope. Yeah, just keep an eye on join some of the ASL communities, like the Facebook group, the Discord channel, and when it comes back in stock and print, people will post about it, and you'll find out about it pretty quick because a lot of people have been waiting and wondering why they can't buy it. Oh yeah, Stu, right? I forgot. Yeah, isn't there special operations starter kit packs? They took the scenarios out of some of the special operations magazine and put them in a pack. Yeah, you could do that too. And then, but again, you'd have to play them all on vasl. In Poland, there were like three ASL SKA players slash SK players in the whole country, so I wasn't really scared of someone buying out a module for me. Oh, you're in Poland? Okay. I I, I still haven't bought the Wargame Vault, the SK scenario packs from the special operations. I only have like a couple of the operations magazines, so I only have, and the one of them is one I got for free because I had a scenario published in it, but I don't have hardly any of the SK scenarios from special operations, but I haven't picked up that pack yet, or there's two packs, I think. Beginning to wonder if I'm in the right voice channel for the next round. Yeah, same. There's nobody there. Huh. Well, I wish that the live stream was as clear as a stream. Hopefully it's clear. Like I have the manual up. It should be nice and clear on your screen. It'd be nice if the live stream for the tournament was this level of clarity because I'm basically live streaming. Granted, I'm at home, not in some whatever hotel they're in. But yeah, this is what I would like to see in the next one. Okay, Curt just gave an update. They're getting ready. So, oh, he said he posted the scenario card on Facebook. See if I can pull it up. Oh, yeah. Okay, apparently this is the scenario card for the next round. Oh, you just put them on Discord too, I think. Ukraine. Oh, it's a two. Oh, holy crap. Okay, this is two pager. That's that's a chunky tournament scenario. German, Russian, 7 turns, lots of armor. Armor for me is means slow play for me. Civilian interrogation is in effect. You don't see that often. Stu, you live like central California-ish? Oh, there's some big gun AFVs in this scenario. What year is this? 44? San Francisco, yeah, central, 3 hour. Yeah, California is like a big, tall state. Thoughts on this tournament scenario? If you can read it, pretty chunky. And it's a full 2 boards. How are they going to fit that on their streaming setup? Oh, that'll be interesting. Ford. So there's probably a stream. I'm not familiar with board. Off the top of my head, 2292. yeah, stream. Fortified buildings. Mild breeze. Hmm. Can see a bunch of smoke here. Oh yeah, one Panther, 18 armor. Oh, Russians got some pretty decent firepower. 85 Ls, 76 L, 152. I I can't tell what that is. IS something. Might have, maybe that has limited AP or something. I'm not sure. Well, breakdown 10, I think. Circle 10, so it's got potential for low ammo, I think, as well. Secretly record 2 reinforcements groups from the options below and add them to the turn 1 reinforcements. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. They don't get all of those. Okay, same with the rush. Okay. All of these units, they get to pick these from these groups. How do you guys feel about scenarios that give players the ability to pick from different reinforcement groups or buy items from small fortification tables or reinforcement tables or what have you? Not from a campaign game point of view, but from just a small scenario point of view. Do you like that or dislike that? Captain Frog says, "Hold the phone. I found the pocket rulebook for ASL, possibly for sale." Yeah, I think the pocket rulebook's in print. Egret says, "Yeah, it definitely does add replayability." But how often do people really replay scenarios? I don't really replay scenarios. There's so many of them. Claire loves scenarios like this. Elsie Lone Canuck has a lot like that. Stu, of course you've got a couple pocket. Well, so do I. I shouldn't say anything. I have 2 of them as well. One is all beat up and highlighted and written in and got sticky notes in it. The other one is still to be used. The pocket rule book, yeah, it has the same. Yeah, it's the same rule set. Yeah, it's just more convenient size. The full 3-ring binder version, I haven't used mine in decades. Well, since definitely since the pocket rule books that are coming out, and the e-rule book definitely, that's my favorite because I do a lot of vasl play, so I just pop open the PDF and you can search for anything and everything's hyperlinked. I love the ASL rulebook. But yeah, the pocket rulebook is the same. What I would recommend, and a lot of people do, and I have done it, is you take it to your favorite office store, whatever they have over there in the UK, and you just ask them to zip the binding off and put it in a spiral binder or whatever your favorite binder is. Then you can open it flat or you can flip it back on itself. It's just much easier to use and read. They're pretty good about keeping the pocket rulebook in stock. Not so much the three-ring binder version, but I don't think that's that big of a deal because I think I would assume they sell far fewer of those than they do the pocket rulebook and the electronic version of the rulebook. So they're pretty good about having the pocket rulebook in print. Plus, the way I understand it is the rule set in the pocket rulebook is kind of linked to the electronic version. So it's easier to print that way, from what I hear. So when the eHazel, not eHazel, the eASL rulebook gets updated, which as far as rules go, and there haven't been that many lately, what I can remember, then the next version of the Pocket Rulebook will be the same as that version. Ruben says, I'm a fan of the options to pick the tools you might like to work with over other tools. Yeah, I like conceptually, I like the idea of giving, always like the idea of giving the players options. But what I worry about in scenarios that offer these option tables or option groups is it's harder to playtest and balance it because playtesting and balancing is a pain in the ass because I've done it. I don't know if I've done it well, but I have done it, and it's my least favorite part of scenario design is playtesting and balancing. And I think of campaign games, and we've had this debate, me, Stu, and Scott, how truly how balanced are campaign games? How many times do those campaign games get played and tweaked enough to balance that outcome? Because it takes a long time to play the campaign games. So the more options you give a player, it seems harder and harder to balance something. I say that as we're about to embark on playing Blood Reef Tarawa. Wish us luck. So Captain Frogbot, if you're going to get the Pocket Rulebook, are you just going to get it to read, or are you going to play on vasl, find somebody, or I guess Beyond Valor's in stock. Yeah, you could do that if that's your plan. Don't forget you will need the charts too. And the pocket charts, the LFT pocket charts, I believe are far out of print. That's a third party version of the charts that you need to play. And I'm not sure that MMP's pocket charts are in stock either, sadly. I'm not sure. You'd have to go look on their website. Um, the Pocket Rulebook, I think most of the charts are in there, but they're embedded in different sections. Like, the back of chapter A, I think it's got the infantry fire table and all the other stuff. Well, on the pocket, no, wait. No, sorry. I'm thinking of the PDF. The E rulebook has the charts in it. The pocket rulebook has no charts. Well, not no charts. It's got the infantry fire table, basically. That's it. Yeah. So you'd need the LFT rat charts, like Egret says, which are out of print unless you can find a secondhand one, or the MMP pocket charts, which I'm not sure they're in print. This is why I have I have two versions of the rat charts. I have uh, two versions of the rule book in the binder, I think. I've got one copy of the MMP pocket charts. I've got two pocket rule books. I have both the eHazel and the e-rule book. That's why I tell people if you can afford it, if you're into the hobby and you can afford it, you got to buy it. If it's MMP stuff, third party is a completely different story. If you are interested, you can afford it, buy it because it will go out of print, guaranteed, either forever or for months or years. And even if you buy it and you end up never playing it, even unwrapping it, you can sell it. You can sell it for at least what you paid for, probably more if you want to get some profit out of it. That's your choice, right? It's low risk buying stuff that MMP puts out because you can always resell it later easily. So always buy everything if you can afford it. Yeah, we spun the wheel. I don't know if you saw our stupid little show where we talked. We were going to let fate decide the campaign game we were going to play next. I've had Blood Reef Taro, at least the box version, since forever, just sitting there. Same with Comp Group Piper and Red Barricades, and you look at them and go, "Oh, that would be epic." And oh, we're getting close here, guys. Let me finish this up. But those campaign games always just look really intimidating to me. Like I said, I'm no expert power player. I just play to have fun. So those always looked kind of intimidating to me. So we just said, let's spin the wheel and see what happens. And of course, it came up with Tarawa. It was either going to be probably Red Barricades or Tarawa, and it ended up being Tarawa. And I thought Scott, because Scott, I'm retired. Scott still works. I thought Scott was going to really hate that result, and he's actually more excited than me. But he's a PTO whore. He loves PTO. All right, guys. I they're starting to set up now, so I am going to go quiet and switch over to. I need to rearrange the windows and get that set up for the actual game that's coming up. And it's been nice chatting with you, blowing some time while we wait for this. And I'll talk to you guys later. Don't mind the video as I get it set up. It's going to be a mess. I'm going to be dragging things around, so just ignore what I'm doing.
I'm unmuted. Any reasoning behind the choices?
I don't like the half squat and the pin strike because it starts up hip. And the worst thing I'm more scared about in his OB are the stupid machine gun things. He has plenty of vehicles that are very vulnerable to the 20L.
Right.
And plus, I'm getting free pin strikes with my other buys.
Right. Okay.
If it started up hip, I would have taken the half
Right.
squat.
And you have the balance, right?
I have the balance.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Mike. Well, we took the 20L and the 228. We took Group 1, the 9.2 Shrek, 2 DCs, the Nash Horn, and the 4.8. And he took Group 3, which is the 2 Stugs, 2 Shreks, and the 8.1.
I don't know why the images in Discord chat are showing up blurry until I click on them. It just started doing that. I don't know why it's doing it.
Hey guys. So Fort's at the table trying to profess his expertise to McGrath about how stupid McGrath is to be on the second level of the K7 building. Couple things. First off, Chad Cummings has one of the most unique defenses I've ever seen in this scenario. He's got everybody, almost everybody set up back on board 22 in the W8 X8 building, level 2. Some guys in the P9 building as well. And his thought is he's going to let the Russians run in and take over and counterattack, I guess. So, going to see how that plays out. But, so just so you know, McGrath bought the 20L and the crew, and it is in H7, which is fortified. And he bought Group 1A, the 9.2, and he bought Group 3 as well, which is the 2 Stugs, 2 Shreks, and the 8.1. And then I'll have Pleva's purchases once he gets in. Pleva's not around right now. But Mike has talked about bringing the half track in, the SMG half track with the heavy, and getting the heavy up to W8 on board 22. By the way, roadblock in, I want to say 06 or P5, somewhere on that road there. Actually, it might be 06. Yeah, 06 or R4. I think 06. So the other matches, we got JR playing Chad Cummings. JR is the Russians. Chad is the Germans. Chad's defense is as strange as anything I've ever seen. Fort talked them into it. So in this one, Mike has the balance, the German balance. And Chad and, I'm sorry, Paul and Ron are playing it straight up. Yeah. Well, Fort talks to McGrath like he's better than he is, and it makes me laugh. Fort's a great player, but Mike McGrath is Mike McGrath. Yeah, so again, Chad's theory is that the Germans are going to get overwhelmed on the first turn, and he's going to use all 15 squads kind of in cohesion to counterattack. I just don't think that there's terrain for that to happen. But that's why Chad's won tournaments and I haven't. So So again, McGrath bought the 20L and it's hip in the H7 building, which is obviously fortified, or else it couldn't set up hip. And I believe the K7 is his other fortified location. And check this out. If you have the maps, Chad put his roadblock in 22FF7. Seriously, 22FF7. Chad's very fearful of the Russian tanks running around behind the Germans. But this is the way I expected to play out. I think Mike and Steve might play a turn tonight. And after that, they'll wake up and play, start early tomorrow and play and finish. Well, the problem is the Panzerfaust, it's March, right? So they're only one hex. It's the Shreks you got to worry about. And that's actually why Mike said he took the third group for the two Shreks. He said he would have taken, his reasoning behind taking the gun was that he would have taken the Shrek and the half squad if they were allowed hip. But if you look at the VC in this one, there's a strategy behind not having hip because I don't want the hip late game run. More importantly, the Germans with the half tracks had the capability of running a half squad up at the end of the game out of the half track and jumping into a building. So it's going to force the Russians to keep some guys home.
It doesn't look like Stalingrad. Hey,
No.
How you doing?
Real good. I was walking
So if you guys look at the scenario card, I'll kind of explain how this thing evolved. Originally, and it was actually, it's printed wrong on the card. So the VC you see on the card is not correct. But if you can follow along, you look at the board 92. The original VC was stone building locations on or west of GG6, V2, Q5, Q4, L3, I2, I6, A6, right? Those 5 buildings between P4 and J4 were originally in this. That's how it got printed, but that's not the VC. The VC are the 7 stone buildings west of GG6, V2, Q5, I6, A6.
Yeah, it's faster.
So that was the first evolution in the changing in the play test. And then one of the things I wanted to do for this round was not worry as much about balance, although that's a primary concern, but put together 2 forces that could play, that could meet each other, but also offer a lot of variety. And I think this is going to be an ASL classic, honestly. So what we did was, if you look at the front card, the German OB was originally Group 1 had a Panther, and Group 2 had 2 Stugs and an Armor Leader. So what we did was, obviously, we made because it was, what I didn't want was an obvious, a no-brainer, especially for good players. So we added, and we've tweaked these 5 groups to give better variability. And I got to tell you, listening to Mike talk about it, I think we achieved what we were after, which was making none of them just obvious. I mean, although Mike said in his mind, Group 1A is a no-brainer. Now, when I play tested, I feel I'm not a good player with vehicles, but I feel better about it. I chose to have 4 tanks, and I wanted the Shreks, and I love the Jagdpanzer 4 with the small target, 11 armor, and any of the main armor for the German reinforcements can kill anything the Russians have on the map. So I went with, I've always gone, for the last time I played it, I went with Group 1B, the 8-1 and the 2 Jagdpanzers, and Group 3, which was the 2 Stugs and the 2 Threks with the Armor Leader. Yeah, I agree. And that's in the playings that I've had, Jimmy, the Russians take that, first of all, because people undervalue the 57 LL, which is a badass weapon. And the Shermans for the smoke. But I'll tell you, listening to Mike talk, anybody want to take a guess on what part of the German or the Russian OB worries Mike the most? I'm curious to hear your thoughts. What part of the Russian OB do you think bothers Mike the most? Nope. Nope. Anybody else? The thing that's bothering him the most, yes, Jim. Yep. Because they both come with American mediums and American 50s that are going to be on the map on turn 1. Well, and I believe they're 237 crews. The American versions have the bazooka, but these have the American medium and the American 50 cal. And he has a 50 cal in his at start OB. along, by the way, with the 10-2 leader.
This is true. True. We're trying to guess that it's surrounded by.
Correct.
It's like straight.
Yes. But a couple things to note on strategy that I've seen in the play test. The Russians have at times run the 57L up onto the hill to interdict, getting it up to Tango 9. And if you look at Tango 9, what that does is it gives it shot, because the German turn 1 is going to be about getting that Panther to Y6. Right? Hold down, interdicting that road. It's also why you don't put, or I don't believe you put the roadblock in the I hex row. No, don't give the Russians a hold down shot or hold down position. I mean, obviously the whole Russian OB is scary, right? You've got, 13, 14, 8 morale squads. And in the confines of the map, those 628s are lethal in every fire phase. And by the way, don't forget, they have Panzerfaust as if 44. I mean, they're 1-hex Panzerfaust, but they're still Panzerfaust. But I don't imagine the German running his armor into the city anyway. So I look at that as kind of a minimal risk, which to me makes the Shreks even more valuable. And I do agree, if you saw that late move, Mike moved the unit out of K7 over to, I believe, D5 with wall advantage. I think that was a wise move, just because I don't want, maybe I'm overly cautious, but I would prefer the Russian didn't just be able to move carte blanche on turn 1. Not that that'll stop him, but I think, and by the way, human wave is NA. I don't know who that Pleva guy is, but I know Steve Pleva is playing. Yeah, it should be on there. Oh, I was thinking about, so Mike, if you watched, I don't know if you saw any of the, I was streaming from my phone, the Pleva Duensky game, or I'm sorry, we were watching the McGrath game, and Sadu was set up that if it was capable, if he was allowed to, he could have launched the human wave to run across that road at the end of the game. Yeah, it should have been on this one too. This card got screwed up. And that's all on me. Sorry about that.
That's going right up. Yeah. Ooh. Like, look, it's whatever. One point out. I won't be able to buy that side.
Journal.
Yeah, speak up. Maybe it's the sports or one thing to be effective. Yeah. Maybe I'll get
Yeah, that stack could dominate any board actually, right?
I don't think maybe 30 people go to like Well, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. No, it doesn't suck. I haven't done anything for the last 2 days, but do this. But I enjoyed it. I mean, this is an impossible game to watch. It's not, yeah, work is a relative word, right?
You win?
I mean, my biggest stress has been the scenarios being fun and balanced. That's been my biggest stress. But the players have been great, which comes as a real surprise. I think so. That's the staff. Let me tell you something, guys. The staff here is phenomenal. In a day and age when customer service has just about disappeared, they've been absolutely effing amazing.
I did.
I feel like what's his name in Goodfellas? Ray Liotta. I'm trying to drop, C notes on everybody, tipping them because I know they make shit money. But it hasn't been that they've done what we've asked. They've done it and acted like they were happy to do it. They hardwired the room so we could get a better picture. You know, I have a bunch of ice chests with stuff in them, and they've refilled them every time without, just really super, super people. Yeah. What, I amuse you? Yeah.
That's
I think that's why you got to take the, as Jim said, I think that makes the Shermans kind of a no-brainer. Just got to keep them out of the way, right?
Even event.
Maybe we'll see shirts and actually matter. I gotta tell you, I'm still chuckling at Mark Pikavich. Trying to talk shit about this not being a world championship. But oh no, I know. It's just one of those things like why do you have to be that guy? And why is it always you being the same guy? Right? And I mean, seriously, if you guys know me up, I got no problem with constructive criticism. Where we can get better, I want us to get better. But that's just one of those going out of his way to shit on something just because he can. But that just sucks that somebody's that unhappy. Well, and the one that got me was I think somebody said something to the effect of, should MMP just not even try? And he's like, I'd prefer you don't even have it rather than do it. It was like, wait, what? Well, and again, I'm not looking for back pats. I mean, there's so many things we've done wrong that we're going to fix, but I mean, we're a dying hobby that needs every breath of life we can get. And I guess it's a good thing that I talk as much as I do because there's an enormous amount of downtime in this game. But if I had a gun to my head, I'd tell you right now, we're going to move this to winter offensive. Just makes too much sense not to. We'll be here next year, though. We'll have some sort of really good tournament.
So I'm losing. I'm losing my target. I would. Looking for someone?
Yes, there is upstairs. There's definitely squad leader being played by some really good dudes. I was trying to bring him over to the dark side, but that just didn't seem like it was going to happen.
I'm looking it up.
Thank you. We don't know. We're just hanging out until it'll be, yeah. Let me see where I am. That's fine. No. That's a big fancy. Go ahead and open it up. It's a big thing. This gentleman let me open it up. Is this the? And I saw it. It's for China. It's for the China market. It's a big, super fancy, well produced. Like big meaty bottle.
Why can't we get it?
Yeah.
Not that I would ever play this.
Hey, the Battlestar Galactica crew's looking for you. Okay, so they're right around, the MMP. The Battlestar Galactica is supposed to, Herman says, take the game out of the library.
I already did.
That task has been accomplished.
Yeah, these are old men too.
Okay, he said he's old and he's walking here.
That's okay.
He's old, but he's walking here.
Don't break a hip.
Hey, I absolutely hate to be I'm not trying to be a bag. I'm live streaming right now. No, you're fine. You're fine. If you want to talk, the lower the better. I apologize. I don't mean, I want, I'm sorry. No, and I mean, I'm live streaming in the community hall, so I got very little noise level expectancy, but I appreciate that, guys. Thank you. Yeah, everybody here is so nice. It's a good group of people. So it looks like Pleva's pulling pieces. And once he does, I'm going to go down. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go down right now. I'm going to find out what Pleva's purchases were and what he's doing. Can I help you? All right, so let me hear your guesses for Pleva's choices. I see Jim's. No, I see Mike's. And I just talked to him. What do you guys think Steve took? And why?
I would sell my gold for. I'm not afraid.
They've got to be here, right?
They got there.
They love Copan.
Hey, Curt, where'd you get your flipper? Yeah, yeah, I don't know.
So nobody wants to guess? Okay. So apparently, he took the Shermans for the smoke, which was a no-brainer, I think. We're gonna have to tweak that, I think. Then, and he took the Group 1B, the 152 with the 276s and the 81, because in his words, when I asked him why, he said, "I want a gun that can kill everything on the map." And then he went with the Group 2, the SU 122s and the 9-1.
Yeah, we decided to have it at night. Oh, you mean on the Excel spreadsheet? We would, maybe what the problem is. Forgot. I gotta let you, yeah, I got about 20. I still like that, yeah. Just price it, it can make. But that was yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you, Jimmy. That's why I didn't take him. I told you guys they're playing with balance. Mike has the balance. Mike took the 20L gun with his F-Start OB, and he has it parked in H7 in a fortified building. He took Group 1, the 9.2 Armor Leader with the Nash Horn, and he took Group 3, the 2 Stugs, 2 Shreks, and the 8-1. But he was waffling.
Thanks again for everything, Curt.
Hey, thank you. Yep, thank you very much. Thanks for coming. Thank you. Take care. Travel safe.
It's a matter of finding. You know what? It wouldn't be like how nice they're going to three of us if they that one thing.
I took my last 2 play tests. I took Group 1B, the Gauck Panzer IVs, and I took Group 3. I liked the thought of 4 tanks, although, and I guess I was overly concerned about running around with yeah. How about running a Panther around, firing in the bounding fire as if it hadn't moved? That's incredibly sexy. It's hip. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not sure. Actually, I'll text him and see if I can find out.
I mean, granted, 5 days, but I was there for 5 days. And for 3 of them, we were inseparable. Except every they came out.
I can tell you, I put mine in Q7. Yeah, I agree.
I took the house, I think I'm looking at two more blood. I can see that. Yeah. I know that. I don't want to. No, I didn't. I can see. I got that. I wasn't sure I gave up. I gave up even with taking the band on.
I think it is, but it's in the fort. The building's fortified.
Oh, it's up. You know, you'd rather would you rather share one ball game than fishing or very good. There was some against learning scenario, and there's like one dude in Nashville. It's like, it's for you have to on a rail in the town. Like, this guy. Owl. He's still after being back there as
I don't know what kickoff time is. Whenever it gets done setting up, I'm not pushing the last round. I'm letting them play.
Yep. I'm playing with people in the two guys. All right, thanks. Bye bye. I bet.
I love that. Like, I love the interview getting out.
Did not find out. I asked him where the fort was, and he thought I said fortification, so I'm waiting. I don't think if you're talking about W10, the only way you couldn't do that because you can't go from X9 to V10
Bought it, and so I want to try it out. It's kind of nice.
as a vehicle anyway.
Oh. Oh, that's the
What's this
that's
thing
the
thing?
system that
Yeah.
the plan has. It's bigger.
I saw
And you can start.
Yeah, maybe.
Separate
Yeah,
color.
I had to buy different colors to get all the trays that I wanted.
Well, you can get them with different color trays so that you can match it up. Kind of disappointing that my box doesn't match my player color. Very fun.
Yeah, well,
I like Q7 for it. I like
we're gonna do
where did I have it?
spread out each other.
Okay. I do better than that stuff. Yeah, all right.
I got my burger.
I think that's what important about that. And they didn't actually come out of food? Yeah, yeah. They got to have a. I just want to take a ticket for it. Put like a little sticker over this stuff. And by the time we get it, they're checking.
Oh, we were told that I got salad. I can buy this stuff, but by the time I finish my salad, this is gone. So yeah, you need to switch there.
Hey guys, I'll be back.
Saturday.
All right, I gotta go record a cameo and then I will be back. And by the way, guys, they're gonna play that turn tonight and play tomorrow, but they're both gonna agree to interview after the game is over and talk about it. So if you want to hang around for that after tomorrow, I think it's gonna be pretty cool.
And you know.
So tomorrow we'll probably start in the morning, 9 a.m. normal. Probably should go to early afternoon. These guys are pretty quick players, so. But the cool thing is they're both insured product for life. One of them's going to win it MMP for life. The other one's going to win ASL for life. Eastern. Yeah, so for you guys that are new, a couple things. If you, the scenario card is here, and it is in the thing. The VC are printed wrong, and I'm going to give you the new VC here real quick. The road net is GG6 to V2 Victor 2 to Q5 to I6 to A6. The buildings, basically the 7 buildings, U4, S5, P6, M7, K7, H7, and E6 are the victory buildings. There can be no good order German, non-crew MMC in any of those hexes, any of those buildings at game end. And the scenario, if you look at the card, it plays exactly like it looks. We've got a kind of a meager German, the 68th Infantry Division is kind of hanging out. And the literally overwhelming elements of the Second Guards Airborne and the 15th Engineer Assault Battalion and the 1st Guards Tank Army on turn 1 come on from the bottom edge of the map. So they're right in each other's face. And then you've got a huge, not huge, but a very powerful armored force from the 1st Panzer Division coming on from the top of the map. They come on turn 1 with half their movement already spent, which is, you'll see what a big deal that is. And I think the things to look for, you'll see Mike put the Panther hull down in Y6 most likely. One of the things to watch for is the scout car. I'm sorry, not the scout car, the 57 LL in the at start OB. And generally they'll have 2 of those because well, he will have 2 because he chose these 2 Shermans and the 57 LL as his at start edition. But you can get depending on the German defense, you can get the scout car or the 57 LL up to T Tango 9. And if you look at what that does, that gives you a shot all the way down to Y6 where the Panther is going to be. Not that it can knock on the Panther, but it's something to think about as you move, because generally the German first turn Germans are going to want to run through Y6 to get around, or I think you'll see Mike unload his guys very, very quickly, get them on the ground and running. One of the late game things to watch for will be the Germans running a squad or half squad in a half track to one of the VC buildings to try and take it back. But a major portion of the game and the fight is going to be centered between the 2 roads, I and Q. Those 3 big buildings are going to be big. Mike has fortified H7 and J7 ground level. H7 has his HIP 20L, which is basically a German medium with a 3 rate of fire. He debated on and a lot of guys put the 20L in E8, which has a pretty commanding field of fire in some instances. What else? Mike has and you can see he has his guys in the second level. It's kind of interesting to me. If you look on the right side, the guy with wall advantage in Delta 5 was a guy that I think Fort convinced Mike into moving that guy over there just to stop. There's no hip, right, except for the gun. So I think Fort talked Mike into throwing a half squad over there. I don't know if he has a Shrek or not, but basically, no, I don't. I honestly think Mike didn't even care about it. I don't think he even worried about having it.
Mine is, I can re-roll both my dice. Oh, how many? I don't know. Yes. Oh, yeah. You got. Yeah.
My guess is single man counter support weapon can hit. My guess, honestly, is that Mike didn't give two shits about the Ford and didn't even place it. But
For a three-player game, the player to the right of the player with the cage selects a die to place in the left slot at the bottom of the action.
and for those of you that weren't around, Pleva selected the Shermans with the 57 double L. He selected the SU 152 with the two SU 76s and the 8-1. And he selected group 2, the SU 122s with the 9-1.
All 5 dice.
And the last couple playings that I had of this as the Germans.
Yes, the player to the right, the player here selects a die, place into the left slot at the bottom of the action. They select that die to place in their plate. Second, move the die. Three-player game. After all players have taken turns as the active player, and before checking the line, players name follow this die. Players choose whether or not to perform activity. It's the fourth act. Yeah. When do you start planning this up? I'm sorry. I'll be with that.
So hey guys, I'm gonna paste Mike's response in I'm gonna paste it from my chat.
So some parts come up. And then body play a part for the hero. So this is one something. That is this. That's very worth every time. So you can take my heart rate. So excuse. Yeah.
Well, like I said, I think they're only going to probably play maybe a turn tonight, but it's going to be an intense turn. This is going to be, I think, like the Sidhu game, McGrath game, in that I think Pleva is going to be very aggressive. And even though I don't think as the Russians, well, I don't know. I can't say you don't have to be because I would like to think you're putting pressure on the buildings before the German reinforcements arrive, because they're going to arrive on turn 2. If you look at the map, I used the Y6 bend in the road to bring the half tracks around, and they ended up turn 1 in like BB7 and in bypass in AA8 in motion. And then I got them around behind the hill to put and unload, and had them, I think, in behind the victory building in H7 by the end of turn 2. But I think Mike's going to bring them on and unload them on turn 1. He was talking about bringing them on like Y1 to W2, stop, unload. Because remember, they come on with half their movement already expended.
All right. Okay.
I got to tell you though, one of the really surprising play tests so just so you guys know, if you know, Bo Simpson and Michael Hasselblad are 2 of probably the top 10 players in the world. They're amazingly talented. They played this one quite a bit, and on 2 separate occasions, the first turn he ran the 57L into 22, I want to say Y7, and literally had it parked behind that wall for when the Germans came on. I can't imagine allowing that as the Germans. And then, like I said, the other time I saw one of them, I believe, what do they have? 19. So they come on Y1 and they go, or no, I'm sorry, A 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13. So they come on AA1, they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 to T9, stop 18. I can't remember, Justy, who did that.
You have one or two power to the gun. It's like,
Right, agreed. I can't imagine. I mean, I like the move to T9 because it does fire. Look, if you look at the vertice 1-2 firing to S10, I mean, you've got that entire lane covered. I mean, you're setting yourself up for a beating, but you may get a shot at vehicles going through there in Y6.
I'm trying.
I don't think you can get up there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No, 14, 15. They don't have enough, right? They have 19. You can't get up to T8 without spending 20. I think that was why. I think the map laid out perfectly, but I guess there's other ways you could go, right? You could go on the road. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 11, 16. Actually, yeah. If you went down Y1, X1, W2, V2, that's 1, 2, 3 to T3, 4, 5, 6 to T6, 11 to T7, 16 to T8, stop 17. So yeah. But if I'm not mistaken, it's March. So it's orchards are in season, right? So they're out of season. Yeah, yeah, okay.
Yes. Where are we going?
I see Marvin Ryan. Yeah.
Like I said earlier, Mike, Brian and I play tested this a lot. If you guys got any questions, feel free to ask. The balance, like I said earlier, Mike has the balance, which gives him a Panther with a 10-2 in it. And then Paul and Ron are playing straight up, no balance. JR's playing Chad Cummings. Hey, Vince, are you on? So Zenobin 628 is Vincent Maresca, who designed this masterpiece. And I said earlier, guys, this is going to go down as a classic ASL Sorrow. We need to make a couple tweaks, but this is going to be a classic. It's going to get immense play. But I also think it's going to have immense replay. This is absolutely one of the few scenarios I've seen that I would play and turn around and play the other side immediately, just for the feel. It's such a different experience for both players. We tweaked the balance, but the initial design is outstanding. I think what we added, Vince, was the option, the reinforcement options, which I think kind of added another layer to it. But I think as it was originally a really well designed scenario. Yeah, I agree. And you know, one of the things, Jimmy, that in trying to put a 5-round tournament in a 3-day period is trying to find scenarios that work, right? I think 7 turns in a medium-sized scenario is too much for the earlier rounds, but I also was I wasn't a big fan of the fact that the first 3 were infantry and ordnance only. But I also wanted the rounds to kind of flow a little bit early. And I think we accomplished that, but going forward, we will. And just so you guys know, there's a potential 6th round in the consolation bracket. The 6th round, if there is one, is going to be a scenario from St. Marguerite or Chef Dupont that was released today. Oh, Pete's definitely bleeding over into others, as absolutely. Yeah.
It's not a game.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so you want to think I have 3 people. There's one about some gold. So I and 1.
Yeah, Vince, I think the only thing we may end up tweaking is those scout cars with 250s in them. A pretty big deal. And I think we might want to tone that down. The problem is that having the other version of scout car is just basically. I think once we get rid of the VBM freeze thing, which I think is coming soon, they're playable. But other people so just so you guys know, there were 2 scout cars, unarmed scout cars for transportation, basically, and playtesters were using them to VBM stuff, or try to, even though they weren't armed, and we kept trying to explain to them that.
I can't believe he won't get somebody to actually do it for him. He's going to do it.
So the other thing is, if you see the dial on the right, players will turn the phase, each phase, and they will the green die will have the turn number. Well, it's definitely something to think about, Vince, from a design perspective moving ahead. If that rule does change, certainly then the design approach changes. But I think one of the things as a designer, for me and my designs, as I've done it more and more is to understand that to really good players, every counter has its use, right? Every single counter in a good player's order of battle has a purpose. And I think from a design perspective, and then that's why I think also, I think the optional stuff is such a cool thing that everybody enjoys. I think the bigger piece to that is to make sure when you're doing optional OBs, to try and force it to be a challenge picking.
Okay.
Now they're just prepping the game, right? Just getting ready. Oh yeah, no, I know.
Yeah, we had texted me asking.
You guys just see Pleva counting right now? He was counting up to the wall in on 22. I think he might make a run for it. Or better yet, he might even try and get a Sherman up there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so if he 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Hey, Scotty. Okay. Camera's focusing and refocusing. Is that just auto?
Yeah.
So the Sherman can come on CE and go 1, 2, button up, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, stop, 13. All right, kids. I can't see any of Pleva's counters, so. Yeah, I think one of the abstract parts of the game is what you just said, Jim. I don't. It's not breaking, jam shot, jam gun, whatever. I think it's that fog of war kind of a thing that the sniper's supposed to represent. Yeah.
Says chestnut.
What's that?
Chestnut.
Yeah, I mean, that's what somebody else said. I want to find a few guys.
Is it
Yeah,
Tarawa?
I know. And they have to retrieve.
I also think it should be mandatory. I can't imagine a scenario in the world where you wouldn't try and fix them with aim weapons. I thought about that. Using, what about percentile? I always thought that would have been like Panzer or 88. There it is, guys. Pre-game handshake.
Oh, I don't mind playing those.
I don't get any going.
Arm and assault.
All that live.
Money in the area. I get to go. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we missed a huge opportunity here. I mean, having these guys mic'd up would be freaking gold.
Neither of us follow.
Did he was that the scout car that he brought in? He did bring it in and unload it right there?
Three games of Ellie Strauss are my two favorite games. Three.
So in the play test, the most I ever put down in the U4 area was a half squad. But I can't remember. I had there was a play test where I had that roadblock on that road for the same reason I think Mike did it, which is to allow me to move behind it. But I haven't dedicated a lot down there. That like I said, that to me is kind of a there's no hip units, right? Except for the gun. Oh, we got a shot.
I missed my prediction of an hour by 6 minutes and y'all couldn't wait. Killing me.
Oh crap.
How's the game going? No, not actually.
Still happens.
See that line of sight there? Anybody else see that line of sight? From J3 to M1.
Hey.
He's doing exactly what we said earlier about moving that 57 double L to the level 2 hill. I bet. I don't think they're using any of the grow rules. I don't know. Yep. No, he had movement left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 16. They have 19.
Oh, sorry.
That's our first snake eyes. Oh,
Oh, Snake Eyes 12. That's a green half squad.
that was a Pleva snake eyes, I think. I feel like I'm missing a ton of Russians.
Where are they all? I don't see many. I think that guy's CX, so that's obviously one. There's a tank there.
Oh, another break.
Where's 10-2?
I think that's him right there. Yep. Oh, Plevin circled the guy already in J3.
I think you might get too much in front of the road.
I think Mike was just trying to stop a first turn steamroll. Gotta do my podcast in a little. You're on, right? It's your iPad. Up in my room.
Wow.
There's our string. Wow. Well, that's clean. That's clean. Oh, he's L3. I don't think so. No, he's in L2. No.
Back hex the
Yep.
row house, the very Clifton.
Yep. All right, guys, I got to go do something. Brian's going to be here in the meantime. Like I said, I think that they're going to play turn 1 tonight and then pick it up in the morning, but I'm not sure about that. Or so early commentary is that maybe Mike put a little too much up front. Remember, the 20L is hip in H7, which is fortified. And all that shit up top is coming on.
little bit of confusion in the crowd as we see Steve meandering through open gaming at WBC here in the glorious Seven Springs Hotel. Probably looking for a quick pickup game. Maybe Mike is going to spend a lot of time on this setup. I'm not sure. Let's try and find an answer. So I ran into Steve Pleva in Open Gaming and asked, and they have stopped for the night. I'm not sure if anybody said that or not, but they're taking a break. We'll see you tomorrow morning. I'm sure Curt will post what time they're going to resume. I'm not quite sure. Probably 9 a.m. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Hey guys, Neil. I was AFK. Looks like they're done for the night because most people have gotten out of the channels there and here for the most part. So I'm going to shut her down and try to get on early in the morning when they finish this. They say 6 a.m. Pacific, 9 a.m. Eastern. I would maybe add an hour to that, but I'll try to get up and stream it during the morning so they can finish the game. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. If you like what you saw, please like, share, and subscribe. If you didn't like what you saw, thanks for watching and let me know how I can do better. See you in the next video.